Hello, everyone, and welcome back to another session on polity and constitution. I hope I am audible as well as visible. Great, audible and visible. Let's wait for others to join, and then we'll begin our discussion for the day. Okay, let's begin now. We'll do a quick recap. In the meantime, others can keep on joining. First up, in the previous class, that is yesterday, we had taken up for discussion the topic. We did start our discussion on, of course, the Article 370, but we had explained the backdrop of it and also Article 370. So we just looked into how the change was made in Article 370. So now we all know that Article 370 is still there. It has not been repealed, it has just been modified. And the entire Indian constitution is now applicable on Jammu and Kashmir. That is what is Article 370 as of now. Apart from this, we also looked into the Schedule 5 areas, Schedule 6 areas. Schedule 5 areas are the scheduled areas in 10 states. Schedule 6 areas are tribal areas in the four northeastern states of Assam, Meghalaya, Mizoram, and Tripura. Once we are done with this, the scheduled areas, we finally came to the discussion on emergency provisions, starting with our discussion on the national emergency. When can it be imposed? How can it be imposed? How to approve it? All such things. Ending it with the discussion on what are the effects of emergency, the executive effects, the legislative effects, as well as the financial effects. What is left for us to discuss now is the what effect? The effect of national emergency on fundamental rights. Okay, so this is what we had discussed yesterday. We'll begin our discussion now on the emergency provisions, including the president's rule and financial emergency. And finally, we'll look into federalism and center state relations. This is going to be our topic of discussion at hand today. Okay, so now moving on with her standard provision every day. Five questions for the day. Starting with the very first question, please mark your answer. I hope you have seen this is not correct. Okay. There was no provision regarding creation of tribunals. So, of course, there was a provision regarding creation of tribunals. Yes or no? There was no provision regarding creation of tribunals. You may say, sir, but in Article 136, it is mentioned, but creating tribunals was not mentioned there. So this is wrong. The provisions regarding tribunals were added by the Constitution 42nd Amendment Act 1976. Uh, Now there's a small issue here. Both these statements can actually be correct answers, because all the statements are correct will also be incorrect. This is also incorrect because C is actually incorrect. The state administrative tribunals are established by the state legislature by law, right? The state administrative tribunals, that is SAT, is also created or established by the parliament. So I'd have assumed that most of you would have marked this as the answer and not this as the answer. But yes, we should have modified this option with respect to D. All statements are not correct actually, right? That's also there. But the answer for this question is C, because it's the parliament which has the power to create tribunals under Article 323 capital A, but under 323B, both the parliament and the state legislature have the power to create tribunals. Okay, that's it. Sorry, A is also correct because there was no provision to create tribunals during the commencement of the constitution. No provision whatsoever to create tribunals. Tribunals were only mentioned, but to create tribunals for the first time, we modified the constitution and said that if the parliament wants, if the states want, then the tribunals can be created. As I said, D could have also been correct, but I was assuming that most of you would have marked C as the answer. So, yes, if you have marked D, we'll have to uh, get you also can assume that you have marked the right answer. But yes, C was wrong. So the first thing that should have come in anybody's mind is that C is an incorrect statement. Okay. Now, coming to the second question, please mark the answer. Okay, Madhur, we have to have an understanding that it was an honest, genuine mistake on my part. Now, what else can be done? Nothing else can be done, right? So, okay, a lot of you got this correct. All the members of the assembly are directly elected by the people. Of course, had this been the case of Pondicherry, this would have been a wrong statement, but for Delhi, it is correct. The assembly can make laws on all matters. All matters is actually incorrect because the assembly cannot make laws on all matters of state list. It can make laws on almost all the matters except which three matters? 1, 2, and 18. Now, don't ask me 1, 2, and 18. 1, 2, and 18 refer to public order, police, and land. The chief minister and other council ministers are appointed by the president is actually correct, not the governor. And the total strength of the council of ministers is fixed at 15% of the total strength of the assembly. Yes or no? 15%. What is this figure? Very good. 10% is the figure. So this is also wrong. Only two statements are correct. Okay, fair enough. Now, coming to the third question. Okay, a lot of you got this correct. Some of you marked only two. So, which one did you think was wrong? A tribal member of the Legislative Assembly, that is, scheduled tribe MLA of the concerned state, can be a part of the council. Yes, they are a part of the council. The council provides advice to governor on matters relating to the welfare and advancement of the scheduled tribes is correct, and the rules related to the council can be prescribed and regulated by the governor. If you remember, while I was explaining the schedule 6 areas, I in fact went back to point this out that even when it comes to TACs, the governor regulates the functioning of the TACs, that is the tribal advisory councils. So important points should be kept in mind. So all three are correct, which means C, all three is the right answer. Coming to question number 4. Now, as far as the fourth question is concerned, please mark your answer. Okay, a lot of you marked B, only 2 as correct. How can we be so wrong? What statements are correct here? Tell me, which statement is correct? No, right now, don't write none. What statement did you think was correct? Okay. Laws made by a parliament can be modified in their application to Mizoram by governor. When it comes to Mizoram and Tripura, for these two states, laws made by parliament would be modified by the president of India. Okay. Number two, laws made by state legislature of Assam. So for Assam, it can only be done by the governor, whether it is laws of center or states. Wrong. Governors of these states have no power whatsoever to cancel, suspend laws. I had mentioned a note that if at any point of time the governor feels that any law, any regulation made by the ADC hampers, is prejudicial to public order, public safety, or threatens the integrity, safety, security of the country, those laws will be cancelled immediately. Remember? So, governor has the power to cancel those laws if they threaten the security, safety of the country or are prejudicial to public order. Okay? All three are incorrect, none being the right answer. Palak, schedule 4 written in the question is incorrect. Schedule 4? What are you talking about here, Palak? I'm not sure actually. Okay, no problem. This is schedule 6. This is 4, if that's your concern. Okay. Now, the last question. I hope options are visible now for everybody. So, I believe this was largely guesswork for most of you. But the Guwahati High Court is a common high court for, of course, Assam, Arunachal, Mizoram, and Nagaland. So, Arunachal, Mizoram, Nagaland, and Assam. 1, 2, 5, 6. Actually, I had given examples of Tripura, Meghalaya High Court on number of judges. So that could have been eliminated, right? But then, knowing that would also be a challenge. Remembering that. So this was largely guesswork for most of you, I believe. That's it. We are done with the questions for the day. Moving on now to emergency provisions. In case anyone wants to see the leaderboard, this is the leaderboard. So surprisingly, some of you have got all 5 correct, especially the fourth question, where most of you marked it incorrect. So Funny, Janvi, Pragya, Sudarvizi, Shamil, Sat. We don't know who Sat is still, and Achal and Hilo. Then we have Rene, Govind, Sindhu, Tejinder Mohan, Himanshu, Sri Lakshmi, so on and so forth, with 3 correct. Okay, moving on to the Pratima, but I mentioned parliament. In what context is a statement being made? Please let me know. So, this was the topic we had left off yesterday. Power to create SAT is with the center only, of course, the parliament. Parliament by law. So, yesterday we had taken up for discussion the topic emergency. Lucky. But, sir, you only talked about appointment of CM, not Council Minister of Delhi in the slides. Oh, my bad. I assume that we could draw the inference that if the CM is appointed by the governor, then the entire council is appointed by the governor. And the same goes for the Council of Ministers also. My bad that I assumed that you would have this understanding. Okay, no problem. Now you know. Okay. So, way before the examination, you have come to realize that the CM and the Council of Ministers are all ministers only. Okay. So, they all will get the appointment by the same person. After all, the Chief Minister is also a minister, the Prime Minister is also a minister. Okay. Coming to the effect on fundamental rights. Now, there are two articles, Article 358 and 359. First up is Article 358. Now, please hear carefully. While we were discussing these topics yesterday, I had said that national emergency can be imposed on three grounds. One is the war, the other is a case of external aggression, third is armed rebellion inside the country. So, war and external aggression are external reasons, right? They are not in our control. If today Pakistan wants to attack India, it will. We can only fight it off. We can't prevent it from happening. So, external reasons. Wherever and whenever emergency happens, national emergency happens for external reasons, that is due to war or external aggression, then what happens? Article 19 of our fundamental rights, it gets suspended automatically. So what is Article 19? Article 19 comprises of six different categories of rights. Article 19 talks about the freedom of speech and expression, the right to assemble peacefully without arms, of course, right to form associations, right to reside anywhere, right to move anywhere, right to practice any profession, any occupation, any trade, any business. Six types of rights are a part of Article 19. They get suspended automatically. No need to issue separate order. The moment national emergency is imposed on the grounds of what? War or external aggression, at that very moment, Article 19 is gone. And for the entire area where emergency is there, and for the entire duration, there is no Article 19. Till the national emergency continues to be in force, there is no Article 19 if national emergency has been imposed on the grounds of war and external aggression. Okay, these two reasons. Otherwise, we'll see what can be a case. Are we clear with this? The right per se is suspended. Per se is in itself. I'm sure a lot of you will not Google search for this. The right in itself is suspended. There is no right only. Think of it that somebody comes and tears away all the copies of the Indian Constitution, Article 19. For the entire duration of emergency, there is nothing called Article 19. Clear? There is nothing called Article 19. but only for the emergency duration. Once the emergency is over, Article 19 comes back in the Constitution, and only Article 19 is suspended. Clear? It is also automatic. There is no need to issue a separate order about it. It happens naturally. So, this is with respect to Article 358. But if national emergency is imposed on any ground, it could be war, it could be external aggression, it could be armed rebellion, any ground. The president can issue an order. It requires an order. The president can issue an order and can suspend not your right, but the right to move to court to protect your fundamental rights. Rights will be alive only. But the problem is, you cannot go to court to get your rights protected. After all, if somebody says, if the constitution tells you that you have the freedom of speech and expression, and somebody violates it, the government says, no, you will not speak anything against me, your freedom of speech and expression is getting violated. Yes or no? But what do you do then? You go to court to protect it. Ask the court, please protect my speech and expression. The government is not allowing me to express my views freely. Clear? This moving to court to get the protection from the courts, this is suspended. Right is there. But right now, during emergency, you cannot approach the court. Approach the court after emergency. No problem. But after emergency. So, the movement to court for any right except Article 20 and 21 is suspended. This except 20 and 21 was added later on through the 44th Amendment Act 1978. That is how this provision was added. Okay. So this is with respect to Article 359. And yes, Article 359 does not remove the rights. It only suspends our right to move to the court. That's it. Only enforcement of right is suspended. Right is alive. Meaning, if somebody violated your fundamental rights during emergency, you can still go and get them protected after the emergency is over. Okay? I hope this point is clear for everyone. That's why we say that under Article 358, it is very wide because a right becomes dead. During emergency, there is no Article 19 only. But for 359, it is very narrow. Why? Because rights are alive. It is just that right now you cannot go to court to get your rights protected. But after the emergency is over, you can still go to court and get your rights protected. Okay. Yes, we can very well say that under Article 359, frankly, only Article 32 is suspended for a temporary period. And this 359 requires a specific government order. The government has to issue an order for which state, for which area, what kind of right, the protection of which the movement to court will be suspended. It can be that, let's say, uh, for Rajasthan, people cannot go to court to save their Article 19. In Himachal Pradesh, they can't go to court for Article 25. In Tamil Nadu, they can't go to court for Article 28. It can happen like this. But for 358, Article 19 is suspended for the entire duration and for the entire area. Clear? Article 359 and 358 serve different purposes. Firstly, understand Article 358 is only for these conditions, and it suspends Article 19 mandatorily. There is no option. Number two, this Article 358 says that Article 19 is removed, meaning if your Article 19 is violated during emergency, you cannot go and claim it even after emergency, because during emergency there is no article only, Article 19. But 359 is slightly lesser harsh. It says that during emergency, your Article 19 may be suspended. Not Article 19, but the movement to court to protect Article 19 can be suspended because it requires a government's order. It is not automatic, it is not mandatory, it depends. And number two, even if your Article 19's movement to court is suspended under this provision, you can still go to court and claim it after emergency is over. Clear on this? Any concern now? The difference is clear. They are both meant for a different purpose only, not for the same purpose. The reasons can be different. 359 is optional. It still leaves room open to protect your rights after emergency is over, right? Now, just a couple of words. Sir, for Naxal aggression, which article is used? Why would you use any article for Naxal aggression? Right? Handful of people, right? Supported by half baked knowledge and half educated left wing liberals. What will they achieve? It's okay. Don't worry. We don't need to impose any emergency to keep a check on Naxals. Now, I'll just help you understand this 20 and 21 story because there's a very important story behind it. The story is of a landmark Supreme Court judgment. Landmark judgment. Judgment which has far reaching consequence. Landmark judgment. The judgment was called the ADM Jabalpur case. ADM Jabalpur versus Shivkant Shukla, 1976. So, what was the case story? Case story not really important for us, but basically, during the Indo-Pakistan War, 1971, the government had or the parliament had made a law called MISA, Maintenance of Internal Security Act, MISA. But we saw that this MISA was misused by Indira Gandhi in 1975. She arrested over 36,000 people, all political people, politicians. Anybody who would raise a single concern against the government, Indira Gandhi would say, foreign hand, funded by foreigners, jail. And MISA was misused. That is why MISA was popularly known as the Maintenance of Indira and Sanjay Act, right? And MISA was also offered the protection that this law is immune from judicial review. There was a section 18 of this law which said that detention can't be challenged if the government has put you behind bars. For under MISA, it cannot be challenged even on the grounds of violating Article 21. This matter went to court. That how can you take away somebody's life or liberty without following a procedure? Because under MISA, the government was under no obligation to tell you why they are arresting you. They would simply arrest you without following any procedure. This was the matter which went to court. Maintenance of Internal Security Act. Uh, this was a five-judge bench The matter in court that can the government get this power to even suspend Article 21? Now, Article 21 is right to life. I mean, if you have no life, then what's the point of all other fundamental rights? Judges involved people like A.N. Ray, judges involved M.H. Beg, Y.V. Chandrachud. Y.V. Chandrachud was the father of the current Chief Justice of India, D.Y. Chandrachud, and also Justice P.N. Bhagwati. And one fifth judge was H.R. Khanna. Now, all these four judges, will be surprised, at some point of time became CJIs of the country. Like A.N. Ray was the then CJI, M.H. Beg became the CJI, Y.V. Chandrachud became the CJI, P.N. Bhagwati became the CJI, all of them. Only this judge never became the Chief Justice of India. What was the judgment? By 4 is to 1, all these four judges saying yes, one judge opposing. The Supreme Court said that yes, the government has complete right to suspend all fundamental rights. Right of the government to suspend all fundamental rights. Really? Now please tell me, do you think it is correct? Just because there is emergency, the government should be given the power to suspend all your fundamental rights, because all rights would also include right to life. If your life is taken away without following a procedure, are we not giving excessive power in the hands of government? Right? Only one Justice H.R. Khanna, he said no, this is not possible, this cannot happen. Right to life is not just some kind of constitutional right. Right to life is a part of, natural right. Rule of law protects life. The limitation of the state's power protects right to life. But other four judges disagreed. H.R. Khanna was the second senior most judge after A.N. Ray. And when A.N. Ray retired in 1977, in the month of January or February, then H.R. Khanna was supposed to become the Chief Justice of India. But because H.R. Khanna had given a judgment against Indira Gandhi in ADM Jabalpur, he was ignored, bypassed, and M.H. Beg was made the Chief Justice of India. Just because of this judgment, H.R. Khanna lost his power or right to become the CGI. I think the only judge who actually should have become the CGI was H.R. Khanna, giving the right judgment. But sadly, he could never become the CGI. This was the date of 28th of April 1976. We should keep the Supreme Court. We should keep on reminding the Supreme Court not to forget this date. And all the judges, they did not even apologize for this kind of judgment. In 2011, Justice P.N. Bhagwati issued a public apology that yes, the ADM Jabalpur judgment was wrong. A couple of years back, D.Y. Chandrachud, uh, he expressed uh, a bit of sadness, on the way Supreme Court behaved in the ADM Jabalpur case. He was not happy with his father's judgment. But your unhappiness does not really count now. This is how Supreme Court has also behaved. This kind of concept. So, judiciary is of can be of two types. One judiciary can be assertive. The other can be committed. What is committed judiciary? What is assertive judiciary? Committed judiciary refers to a judiciary which is committed to upholding government's policies. Are we clear on this? Upholding government's policies. So, do you think the concept of committed judiciary is positive or negative? What do you feel? If the judiciary starts upholding government's policies, would that be a positive thing? Of course, it's negative. It is negative because the task of judiciary is not to uphold government policies. The task of judiciary is to question any arbitrary policy, protect the rights of people, even if it comes to questioning a government's policy. Otherwise, what's the point of having a judiciary? Where is the check? And judiciary, if it starts enforcing the government's policy, then who will keep a check on the government? That is why it's a negative concept, committed judiciary. And judiciary in the 1970s was completely committed towards the government, showing loyalty for the government. Anyway, those were the bad days for judiciary, wherein the judiciary showed no respect for largely upholding the rights of people. It is only after 19 uh, in the 1980s that judiciary finally came out to act independently. Anyway, so this is just the ADM Jabalpur case, which became a huge cause of concern. So when Indira Gandhi lost the election and Janta Party came to power, Janta Party made a change in Article 359 saying that these two articles can never be suspended. Now, Article 20 talks about double punishment or talks about how laws can't be applied from back date or how nobody will be forced into being a witness against himself or herself. We'll be studying these things later on. So this is with respect to Article 359. Thankfully, now there is no such provision, meaning now Article 21 can never be suspended. And Article 21, right to life, is one such right that can never be taken away. I mean, it's very logical. If you take away life, then what's the value and meaning of all other provisions? Are you clear on this? Everybody? Okay. Janta Party and BJP are two different parties. No relationship whatsoever. In fact, if you go back to the history of Janta Party was a group of various parties. Jan Sangh was a part of Janta Party, which you can say is the formerly BJP. But it also had Bharatiya Lok Dal, Charan Singh's party, Socialist Party, Congress O, the old members of the Congress, also Jagjeevan Ram. So all these five people parties came together to form Janta Party, which then contested elections against Indira Gandhi, defeated her. Indira Gandhi herself lost the elections in Raebareli. Her son Sanjay Gandhi lost election in Amethi to a student leader, and for the first time that Congress, which used to get 370, 380 seats, came down to 153 seats. Now, of course, now the Congress has come down to 50 seats. But at that point of time, suddenly a drop to 153 was a huge drop, and Janta Party got 298 seats. In fact, Janta Party had a clear majority in northern part of the country. I mean, in north, Congress did not get a single seat in UP and Bihar. In Rajasthan, they got one seat out of 25. In MP, they got one seat out of 40, 40 being the original MP, including Chhattisgarh. But in South India, say Andhra Pradesh, Congress got almost every seat out of 42 seats, 41 seats. In Karnataka also, 26 out of 28 seats. So the performance of the Congress was very poor in the north because the Congress had started a scheme or a program which was called what? The program of forced vasectomies, forcibly conducting vasectomies. That was it. And even during emergency, this is how you will realize that leaders try to assert their power by making all these statements only. If you look at the emergency period, the statements made by Indira Gandhi during emergency. In fact, at 6 a.m. in the morning, 26th of June, it was announced to people that via All India Radio that the president has proclaimed emergency. There is nothing to panic about. It is a response to the deep and widespread conspiracy because of the progressive measures I began to introduce. Every great leader, supreme leader, tries to justify emergencies or justify their draconian powers by saying that people don't like me, some of these bad elements hate the progressive policies I am taking, right? And Indira Gandhi said that emergency is not the abrogation of democracy, it is an effort to safeguard democracy. Can you see all this? These statements keep on getting repeated. Like during emergency, this statement that discipline makes nation great. Discipline makes nation great. Then she stood between order and chaos. Or Indira Gandhi herself said that emergency is a bitter pill for the sick child that the nation has become. And now we have nursed it back to health, and hence we are removing emergency. Every great leader, every supreme leader will make these statements only. They try to derive legitimacy through these kind of statements that I am the one, I am the savior, right? But anyway, I hope you understand that this is how things are. So, whenever any person tries to claim absolute power by saying, don't question me, you have to understand that there's something wrong going on. Whenever in a democracy you have been sidelined from asking questions, things are not okay. As simple as that. So, which was the case during emergency also, which is also a case, I will not say when. It's for the informed people here with an unbiased opinion to decide. Anyway, coming to now, we are done with the national emergency. It's over. Topic is done. Now coming to president's rule. President's rule, state emergency, constitutional emergency, all that a part of president's rule. Same thing. Before that, let me just help you understand a small article. This is Article 355. What does the article say? Article says that it's the duty of the union. Duty. Center has two duties to perform. Duty number one, to protect every state against external aggression and internal disturbance. That's the duty of the center, to protect the states from any external aggression and internal disturbance. Number two, to ensure that the government of every state is carried on in accordance with the provisions of this constitution. So, not only is this the duty to protect every state against external aggression and internal disturbance, but also to ensure that the government of every state is carried on in accordance with the provisions of this constitution. Clear? Okay, this is a duty. Now coming to President's Rule, Article 356. Who can impose it? President's Rule. Who can impose it? The President's Rule can be imposed by the President only, on his own, or when he receives a report from the Governor. Whenever the President receives a report from the Governor, herein the Governor can give a negative report that the state government is not functioning, you please impose emergency. Then the center can impose a President's Rule. When? When a situation has arisen in which the government of the state cannot be carried on in accordance with the provisions of this constitution. Are we clear? Because it is one of the duties of the union. So if this is not happening, see, if this is not happening, then the center has the tools of national emergency. If this is not happening, then President's Rule. Clear? Everyone? So this is with respect to the President's Rule. Now, what is the role of the Parliament? So, firstly, just like the national emergency, the President's Rule is also approved by the Parliament. Without Parliament's approval, the President's Rule cannot continue. But here, the approval has to be within how many months? 2 months, not 1 month, 2 months. Secondly, the approval here has to be through a what kind of majority? Simple majority only. Unlike in the case of national emergency, where the approval has to be done through a what? Special majority. Here, simple majority. There, 1 month. Here, 2 months. Now, just like the president's national emergency, the president's rule can continue, can remain in operation for 6 months at a time. 6 months at a time from the date of issue of proclamation. From the date of issue of proclamation. Meaning, on the date the emergency, the president's rule has been proclaimed, the 6 month period starts from then, not from the date of approval, which is the case for national emergency. Okay, are we clear on this, everybody? Now, the president's rule requires regular approval every 6 months. Every 6 months, there has to be a regular approval. But the president's rule cannot continue for more than 3 years. There's an upper limit to it. So, what happens is, let me add a new slide only. Let us say that at this point of time, president's rule has been imposed. Okay, imposed after approval. Clear? 6 months continues, 6 more months, 6 more months. So, what is going to happen is that after 6 months, again you have to get the approval from Parliament. Yes or no? It continues for 6 more months. 6 more months. Again, you have to get the approval from parliament. But one more important point, if the emergency has to continue beyond 1 year, beyond 1 year, then election commission has to give a certificate that in that state elections can't be conducted. Here, permission of election commission of India is required. That election can't be conducted. Only then can the president's rule continue beyond 1 year. Then again back 6 months it continues, approved. 6 months it continues, approved. After 2 years, what happens? Nothing. Again 6 months continues. Again 6 months continues. No, cannot continue beyond this period. You have to end it. President's rule ends. Clear? So the maximum period for a president's rule is only 3 years, whereas for the national emergency, there is no such limitation. It can keep on continuing till the president, till the parliament keeps on approving it. Clear? Now, let me just clarify what exactly is the step by step procedure for president's rule. What happens? Step 1, PR is imposed. After PR is imposed, the next step is that the government of the state, this must be dismissed. Remove them. Then next stage is approval of PR by the parliament. So the moment president's rule is imposed, the state government is removed. Okay. In the meantime, within 2 months, get the parliament to approve the president's rule. After the parliament has approved the president's rule, only then can we dissolve the assembly. So here, legislative assembly of the state is now dissolved. This is what happens during president's rule, step by step. You cannot directly dissolve the assembly. Assembly has to be dissolved only after the parliament approves the president's rule. Okay, that is why here, because there is no assembly, and if you want to continue president's rule beyond 1 year, election commission has to tell us that yes, you can continue, because we as of now cannot conduct elections here for whatever reasons. They may say that there is a lot of public disorder, right? We cannot conduct elections, etc. So this can all be done. If the parliament does not approve president's rule, the government can come back to power. That is why the assembly is only dissolved after parliament approves president's rule, not before that. Okay? Are we clear on this so far? Garvit, sir, after PR is imposed, Parliament has to approve within 2 months. You wrote 6 months. Arey, sir, 6 months is the time period, sir. This time period to continue emergency. Approval happened here for the first time within 2 months. Here. Then after 6 months, again approve. Continue for 6 months. Again approve. 6 months. Again approve. 6 months. Again approve. Sorry, if emergency is reintroduced for every 6 months in the House, if it is really draconian, why don't they remove after 6 months instead of extending? They can remove. But if India, let's say, is at war, then the emergency has to continue. We are giving an option that if things are not okay, things are not back on track, you can continue with the emergency. That's the provision. After president's rule ends, yes, the uh, government of the state will be restored. If it is not approved, if the PR ends, there is no assembly, only elections will take place actually. What if war continues for more than 3 years? Then we'll have to make an amendment in the constitution and extend the emergency. Simple. No, it has to be conducted within 3 years for every state. If it is not being conducted, then we have to specifically amend the article and provide for exceptions like we have done for Punjab. Right? Okay, Gauri and Sudarshan. Surya, why is it not being used to curb instability in Manipur, West Bengal? I mean, it cannot be used so frequently. And I'll tell you that a president's rule cannot be imposed on small matters or even some matters which you may think they can be imposed on. Supreme Court has given proper judgment in this regard. Kalbi, sir, Article 355 imposed in Manipur. Article 355 imposed. Article 355 cannot be imposed. It is not some provision to impose on somebody. How can you impose this provision? Read this article. What is there to impose? This duty is always there. How can you impose this or activate it? Somebody says activate it. This duty always exists. Okay, so this is a misconception. Article 355 has been imposed. You can only impose a provision. This is not a provision, it's a duty which always exists, which continues. Mafazal, states, not UTs, states. Okay. Vejshri, violence in Manipur. As I said, even for bigger things, I just mentioned the statement. So if you start writing without hearing what the faculty is saying, this is bound to be a problem, right? Write more, speak more, hear less. Perfect recipe for failure in life. So as I said, even for bigger things, the Supreme Court has made a statement that emergency can be imposed only on specific grounds and reasons. We'll come to that shortly. Okay. Sanchit, what exactly are you doing, President, Chairperson? What are you copy pasting? President's power? Is this some bot or something? I'm not sure. It is completely hijacking the questions I see from other students. If President dies before approval, President dies. So what is the problem? Don't we have Vice President to act as acting President? What is the question, sir? Okay. Anyway, enough. Now you're just trying to create something. Sir, can the governor report be challenged in Supreme Court? We will come to Supreme Court. Everything can be challenged in Supreme Court. That's the beauty of Supreme Court. Sir, to it continue up to how many years in national emergency? Again, see, just creating questions. I said earlier also, if you see yesterday's slide, the president's rule can continue for 3 years, but yesterday we had mentioned that the national emergency can continue indefinitely. I did not mention how many years because indefinite means indefinite, infinite number of years. Okay. Sir, assertive judiciary isn't negative. No, it is not negative. Why will it be negative? Now, coming to effects of emergency. I think you know the effects because I had explained the effects in Article 370. So that's the exact same thing that happens. During President's rule, just understand. During national emergency, nothing happens. I mean, you won't see a visible change. because state government is there, central government is there, the state assembly is there, the parliament is there, nothing happens. It is just that during national emergency, the center gets complete control over all topics. That's it. But during president's rule, you can actually see a visible change because the state government is dismissed. So, president may assume to himself functions and powers of the state government. So, president will act as a government of the state, basically through governor. Through governor. And the president may also declare that powers of the legislature of the state shall be exercisable by or under the authority of the parliament, meaning the parliament acts as the state legislature. Are we clear on this? This is the effect. That is why we say that there is no government of the state during president's rule. And once the parliament approves president's rule, then the assembly is also not there. That is why if the assembly is dissolved, members' tenure has come to an end, then we will have to go for what? Fresh elections. Clear? Can president rule be imposed on same state two times? Yes, yes. There are various states which have had president's rule imposed 6, 7, 8 times also. President's rule is not some no. There is no upper limit to president's rule being imposed. President's rule is imposed based on condition, and this is the condition. If this condition is satisfied, president's rule will be imposed. Once, twice, 100 times, we don't care. Are you clear? Yes, it can be imposed. There also Nirbhay. Okay. Ajay, we are discussing president's rule. We'll just move on a side note. This provision of Article 365. Article 365 is not a part of emergency provisions. Not a part of emergency provisions. But nevertheless, it has the same effect as a president's rule. So what happens is that where any state has failed to comply with or give effect to any direction given in the exercise of the executive power of union, meaning if the center says states, come on, implement article 131, oh, sorry, implement CAA, Citizenship Amendment Act 2019, implement it. Why? Because the exercise of executive power of union, CAA, is a part of union list. I am telling you, implement it. A union list topic. Now, let's say a state, Kerala. Kerala says, sorry, I will not. I have a problem with this. And Kerala goes to Supreme Court using Article 131. That is the jurisdiction which is original and exclusive going to the Supreme Court, questioning it with respect to what? Not in this interest of people to impose this. Anyway, once this is done, Supreme Court says no, law is okay, you please go back. Now the Kerala government has no option. It has to implement CAA because the center is asking it to. If you don't do this, it shall be lawful for the president to hold that what? A situation has arisen in which the government of the state cannot be carried on in accordance with the provisions of this constitution. Same language. And whenever this happens, that a situation arises when the government of a state cannot be carried on, whenever a situation arises when the government of the state cannot be carried on in accordance with the provisions of this constitution, then what happens? President's rule may be imposed in that state. So, Article 365 is an example of how president's rule can be imposed in a state if the state does not follow the order of the central government. Are we clear on this? So, some of you wanted to know 365. This is what is 365 actually. Okay. So, 365 does not refer to being a part of emergency provisions, but it has the same effect as that of emergency provisions. Okay. So, and yes, when it comes to the president's rule being imposed, there are certain guidelines because president's rule has been largely misused. In fact, there are various examples of various states where the president's rule has been imposed multiple times. Multiple times. Right? I remember the example of, say, Goa 5 times, Bihar 8 times, Gujarat 5 times, the various states. I mean, 5, 6 times is very common. If you think of Jammu and Kashmir, then 8 times and one this current UT Jammu and Kashmir. So various states have experienced president's rule multiple times, right? Anyway, uh, back in 1985, there was a commission called Sarkaria Commission. We had seen the Sarkaria Commission recommendation under the chapter Governor. So Sarkaria Commission gave some guidelines on how to implement president's rule and when not to use it. Similarly, back in 1994, the Supreme Court also gave a judgment in the very famous case called SR Bommai case. SR Bommai was the former chief minister of Karnataka. His son Basavaraj Bommai was the former ex-CM of Karnataka. Uh, so in this SR Bommai case, there are a lot of such problems which largely related to only one topic: wrongful imposition of president's rule. So in various states, president's rule was imposed wrongfully, right? Wrongfully. And that was a contention. SR Bommai, Karnataka, then the very infamous case of president's rule being imposed in Himachal, Rajasthan, and MP. So back in 1992, if you remember, there are some of our unemployed youth who had no other work to do. They went and demolished the masjid, Babri Masjid. So the central government asked these states which had, uh, you know, facilitated the movement of the people, the youth from their state to go to Ayodhya to demolish the Babri Masjid. So the center asked these states to ban some organizations, the right wing organizations primarily, and the states did not ban the organizations. Center asking the state to perform some activity, states refuse to perform the activity. Center is giving a binding direction, state says, sorry, we will not do it. What is the meaning of this? Article 365. So, herein, what happened was that the center imposed president's rule. This matter went to court. In the Supreme Court, so many matters were pending, but the first person who had filed a case was SR Bommai. So Supreme Court said, okay, case will be in your name only, SR Bommai and others versus Union of India. In this judgment also, Supreme Court gave some guidelines on when to and when not to impose President's rule. Okay. So first up, when to impose President's rule. President's rule, number one, if you proclaim President's rule, it is subject to judicial review. So that is the beauty of our courts. They are here, there, everywhere. So Supreme Court can judicially review the imposition of President's rule. Number one. Clear? Number two. As in the case of Himachal, MP, and Rajasthan, when the President's rule was imposed in these three areas, these three states, Supreme Court justified it by saying, yes, it's correct. Why? Because if the state governments work against secularism, then the President's rule can be imposed. Now, in this judgment only, the members asked, or the lawyers asked the Supreme Court, Milords, you are saying that if the state government works against secularism, President's rule can be imposed. Very good. Can you, Milords, please define what is secularism? In this judgment only, Justice A.M. Ahmadi, Chief Justice of India also, he said, secularism is a very elastic word, which is not capable of a perfect definition. It is best left undefined. So something you can't even define, you are using it to justify the imposition of President's rule. But anyway, don't worry. When we study Article 25, we will define secularism. It is not that difficult to define. Don't worry. Now, third point. This point comes from Sarkaria Commission. So, back in 1977, as I was discussing how Janata Party had come to power after defeating Indira Gandhi, because of Indira Gandhi's draconian measures of forced vasectomies, right? And also, Indira Gandhi had a slogan called Garibi Hatao in 1971. But her son, in order to beautify Delhi, Delhi was not looking nice because all these refugees and all, they had set up slums and were living there. So he ordered his friend, the commissioner of Delhi Bassi, to demolish the slums only. So mother is saying Garibi Hatao, son is saying Garibo ko hatao. Mother is saying remove poverty, son is saying remove the poor only, right? So this is with respect to uh, anyway the some of the reasons for emergency, the post-emergency loss of Congress in the election. When Janata Party came to power, it very strangely said that uh, we have won the election in the Lok Sabha. Congress has been thrashed by the people. Since Congress has lost the election in Lok Sabha, Congress has no right to govern the states also. And the Janata Party dismissed all the Congress governments at the state level. Now, is this logical? People vote differently in the Vidhan Sabha election, people vote differently in the Lok Sabha elections. Look at Delhi only. Delhi has voted overwhelmingly in the favor of BJP for the Lok Sabha, but for Aam Aadmi Party in the Vidhan Sabha. Look at Rajasthan, Chhattisgarh, MP. So many examples. But it was dismissed. 9 different state governments were dismissed. President's rule was imposed. When Indira Gandhi came to power in 1980, she used the same logic and dismissed 10 different Janata Party governments across the country. So, this is with respect to the third statement. No wholesale dismissal of opposition ruled state governments when new political party assumes power at the center. When new party comes to power, don't start removing all the opposition ruled state governments. Imagine BJP wins the 2024 elections and removes DMK from Tamil Nadu. Will make no sense. But people have voted differently during the state elections, differently during the Vidhan Sabha elections, Lok Sabha elections. You can't use the same logic. Okay. Now, If President's rule is imposed on political considerations, the court can even restore the assembly. Mind you, look at this provision. If President's rule is imposed on political considerations, the court can even restore the assembly. So let me just clarify that assembly is dissolved only after parliament approves it, right? Only after parliament approves it. Now here Supreme Court says no, no, no. Even if parliament approves it, we don't find the logic of imposing emergency appropriate. We can bring back the assembly. To hell with parliament. We don't care about the will of majority. Our will remains supreme. Correct judgments have to be given. So, with the use of Article 142, they can simply even restore an assembly which has been dissolved. Now, one more thing, state assembly can be dissolved only after parliament approves central rule. So only when the parliament approves the central rule can the state assembly be dissolved. Clear? It is just a way of saying president's rule. Don't say, sir, what is this central rule you are saying? Just a different way of saying president's rule. And finally, Supreme Court or High Courts can compel the union government to disclose material on whose basis the president's rule has been imposed. So the parliament, the Supreme Court can ask the government, tell us what was the logic behind imposing president's rule. We want to know. They want to know everything. So these are some guidelines. And Supreme Court finally says that president's rule can only be imposed on these three grounds. See, the problem uh, with not just social media or YouTube today is the fact that there is limited knowledge amongst people, most people, right? And there is selective knowledge, both in the left and right wing, selective knowledge only. Plus, you also have to please the crowd, okay? Playing to the galleries. So, whenever a lot of these people make statements which are released on YouTube, etc., in some conferences, they are populist statements, devoid or they knowingly ignore the smaller nuances of it. Now, in the recent times, with whatever is happening in West Bengal, you must have seen that all the right wingers are especially focused towards saying that no, right time for emergency, president's rule, blah, 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 all these things. The problem is that you cannot simply impose president's rule randomly. Center knows it. The governments know it because when you take a decision, you have to face the Supreme Court also. So they know it. They may make a statement, but will never do it because they understand that the president's rule can only be imposed on three grounds. Number one, if the state government works against secularism, if the center gives a binding order and the states do not follow that. And there also, the Supreme Court says, plus issue sufficient warning. After sufficient warning, like your parents warn you as a school kid, you are warned, study, study, study. After 3, 4 times, your mom will come and start thrashing you. Like now also, leave the phone, leave the phone, leave the phone. And then she'll throw the slipper from the kitchen on your face. So, of course, that's the whole point. Number three, inability of any party to form the government. The classic case of hung assembly. If there is a hung assembly, when no party gets the majority and no party can form the government also, it is only then that the president's rule can be imposed. Are we clear? If the state government is not functioning nicely, if there is corruption allegation in the state government, if there is maladministration, these are not the reasons to impose president's rule. So sadly, to all our emotional right wingers, we'll have to say this, that your knowledge is misplaced. Get more knowledge first on how things function. Yes, in the YouTube comment section, people may write anything. right? Don't go by the emotions of people. I'll give you a simple example. You must have remember this. Must be remembering this case where the IS couple was using the national stadium in Delhi for their dogs to roam around and attend the nature's call. Do you remember? Does anyone remember this case? That the IS couple was using the entire national stadium meant for these sportsmen. So, for those who do not, what can you do? This was the case. It happened a few months back, last year. And later on, those IS couple were transferred. Of course, what they did was wrong. Tell me, what can be a punishment? If you look at the YouTube comments, some people also made statements. They should be dismissed from the service. They should be, one comment was, hang them, send them to jail. Jail, hang them, kill them. People will make any kind of statement. Okay. So we should have to collective conscience of our crowd is amazing. So don't go by those emotional statements, right? You as an informed person should have a balanced approach and opinion. After the sufficient requisite knowledge, apply the knowledge. So the discussions that take place with respect to president's rule being imposed here, imposed there, no, it won't work like this. There are proper conditions for it. So if you try to impose president's rule, then this is what is going to be the condition. Clear? That's it. We are done with the president's rule. End of story. Now, coming to financial emergency, Article 360. Very simple, very easy to understand because it has never been imposed only, so we don't know what will happen, right? We don't know what will happen. See, result of SR Bommai is of no concern to us. Result of SR Bommai is that there is no result. SR Bommai was a collection of multiple people coming from multiple parts of the country to get relief in their own state. So, in the case of MP, Rajasthan, Himachal, the Supreme Court said President Sul is correct. In the case of SR Bommai, Karnataka, Supreme Court said no, President Sul was wrongfully imposed. But because SR Bommai came to Supreme Court in 1989 and Supreme Court gave judgment in 1994 after 5 years. So, of course, Supreme Court said, sorry, it's too late now. We can't get you back to power because a new assembly has been elected. So, sorry. But yes, you were right, SR Bommai. The government center was wrong. But it was too late. Now, coming to financial emergency. Uh, Ashish, national emergency was not imposed. We used various laws like the Epidemic Diseases Act and the Disaster Management Act. The Epidemic Diseases Act is of 1897 and the Disaster Management Act of the year 2004-5. Okay, those laws were used during the COVID period. Megha, sir, hung assembly will be considered as emergency. No, it will not. In case of hung assembly, if some parties form a coalition, very good. But during a hung assembly, if no party is able to form the government and no coalition also is formed, then that can be the case of president's rule. Yes, Nirbhay, president's rule is subject to judicial review. Lucky, courts will restore the assembly only, and in the assembly, whichever party has a majority will again form the government. In how many times emergency taking place? And which case? What kind of question? How many times emergency has taken place? If you want me to give an exact number, uh, right from independence, maybe around 133, 134 times, right? But then for a lot of these situations, it was done before 1956 when the concept of states and UT did not exist. So these are also there. If you ask me which state has had the highest number of presidents rule, I think Manipur comes to my mind because Manipur has had presidents rule 10 times. I'm not sure if there is any other state which has had more than 10 times so far. Uh, then, Anshu, what kind of emergencies are there? Great question. Genius question. What kind of emergencies are there? It is like after the entire reading of Ramayana, you are asking. Remember that story? Kishan, sir, states. Why do you bring in UT, sir? States. Please talk about states only. Bihar, 8 times, not 10 times. So Manipur has had it 10 times, right? I mean, nobody's going to ask you all these questions in the examination. Okay. So don't worry. Uh, Nothing happens to the fundamental rights during president's rule. Nothing. Okay. No, Raj, it won't continue for 3 years. It can continue for maximum 3 years. It's not that it will continue for 3 years. Okay. During emergency, what happens to UTs? No problem. UTs are anyway under the center's control only. So nothing happens. Okay. Now coming to financial emergency. Financial emergency. How many times in Assam? Collecting this kind of information is difficult. Assam, I think 4 times is what I can recollect. 4 times. Okay. Firstly, who can impose it? The president can impose it. When can it be imposed? Look at the reason. There is no definition. There is no definition of this word. But the reason given in the constitution is that a financial emergency can be imposed when the financial stability or the credit of India is under threat. If the financial emergency is being imposed on this ground, what do we mean by that? As I said, there is no definition. This is not defined in the constitution. So, what do we make out of it? If it is the idea of imposing emergencies, the lack of financial stability or the lack of credit, it could be, examples could be, maybe there is India is defaulting on loan, default on loans. If the entire country becomes Vijay Mallya, the country has defaulted on the loan repayment to say IMF, etc. Or the forex reserves become very low, there is some kind of balance of payment crisis. Now, BOP crisis in your economics classes, not here. So these are some examples. These are examples we can think of. Don't think these are mentioned anywhere, right? They have no. There has been no case of president's rule being imposed, even though in the 1990s there was a BOP crisis. We came very close to a president's emergency situation, but we did not impose emergency, right? We rather chose to open up our economy. Think of a situation like Pakistan right now. Pakistan, the greatest of all nations that they believe, right? So when it comes to Pakistan, the emergency imposed in Pakistan, no emergency being imposed in Pakistan, but it's a classic example of a country having no money, right? The country with almost zero forex reserves and no future ahead, or they could have imposed, right? And look at the top political leaders, look at the top military leaders of Pakistan. They live a lavish life. Sri Lanka is an example, wasting money, giving subsidies, freebies, etc. to people, and then eventually no money, financial instability. But India is too big to fail, actually, right? It's too big to fail. I'm so sorry for all the left wing liberals. They may be very sad hearing this, but this country cannot fail. It's too large to fail. So we will never see this happening ever, at least in our lifetime. This is a guarantee. Whether BJP or Congress, any party comes to power, This is extremely unlikely. Now, coming to the role of parliament, just like the president's rule, the parliament will approve this in 2 months by a simple majority. So, what we can say is that national emergency within 1 month and a special majority president's rule within 2 months and a simple majority, and financial emergency also 2 months and simple majority. So one more thing, when it comes to when it comes to national emergency, the Lok Sabha can remove it, Parliament can revoke it. Yes or no? Do you remember? Lok Sabha special power, 1/10 MPs give a notice, passage in the House, etc. But for simple majority, there is no such provision. For president's rule, there is no such provision. When a president's rule or financial emergency is imposed, only the president can revoke it or remove it. Are we clear on this? So, the national emergency can be removed by the parliament also. But president's rule and the financial emergency, they can't be removed by parliament. Maybe after 6 months, the parliament does not approve it, it ends automatically. But the parliament within the 6 month period, they can't remove it. Okay? Only the government can remove it. Now, what are the effects of this type of emergency, the financial emergency? See, as far as the effects are also concerned, these are just things that are mentioned in the Constitution. We have no detailed understanding of what these things mean. So, take it in that spirit only, that these are very generic things. Again, the center gives binding orders to the states to observe the canons of financial propriety. Canons, laws of financial. What is propriety? Propriety means good behavior. Canons of financial propriety, the laws of financially good behavior. For example, all those people living in some other part of the country outside your home, right? Living in some PG, hostel, etc. In the initial part of your month, when you get the pocket money from your parents, you spend lavishly going out, enjoying life, drinking cold drinks, etc., juices, etc., partying heavily. But towards the end of the month, when the money is all over, then suddenly you start eating in the canteen. Then Maggie is the only way out. Day night Maggie, right? Otherwise, cheesy Maggie, this Maggie, that Maggie, then simple Maggie. All the things you see on your shopping in your Amazon, Flipkart, Mintra, whatever, you keep on adding to cart. Don't purchase it. No money. You are making sound logical decisions. But as soon as money comes, again start spending money here and there. Same thing. When there is no money, the center will ask the states, please, there is no money. Don't waste money on distributing subsidies nonsense. Please control your emotions. Number two, and very important, we have seen that salaries of certain people cannot be reduced to their disadvantage. Now we are talking about a financial emergency where the country has no money. Please don't claim, give my salary, give my salary. What salary? The country has no money and you are claiming, give my 5 lakh rupees. So sorry, reduction of salaries of any class of persons can take place as per direction. Clear? The center, the president can direct, and the salary of any class of persons can be reduced. Number three, all bills which are money bills and any other financial bill being passed by state government, it can be reserved for the center. The president can direct the states, you will not pass any money bill, you send it all to me, I'll evaluate firstly what does the bill contain, are you wasting money or are you genuinely spending money. So that's also there. Center requires full control over states in financial matters. Of course, the emergency is a very classic example to showcase how the center acquires complete control of states, also showcasing how our constitution becomes so centralized during emergency, right? That's it, we are done with the emergency provisions. Done. Over. Khatam. Solve this question. Which are the of the following is or are the exclusive powers of the Lok Sabha? Please mark your answer. Tell me, those who have marked 1 as the answer. Which of the following are exclusive powers of Lok Sabha? What is exclusive? Which is not with the Rajya Sabha. To impeach the president is of course wrong because both the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha have to pass it. No joint sitting drama takes place here. To pass a motion of no confidence. Of course, this is a power of Lok Sabha only. NCM, trust vote, all these things are introduced in the Lok Sabha only. First point. Tell me the first point. To ratify the declaration of emergency. Is it the what is ratify? Is to pass, is to approve. Who approves emergency? Both the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha. If it was revoking, removing, then the special power of Lok Sabha, but it is approval. Hence, this will not be the special power of Lok Sabha. So this is wrong, this is wrong, this is right. B2 only. So all those who marked A, just focus on this word ratify. Okay, it was not to revoke, but to approve. Any kind of emergency, they have kept it open, any kind of emergency. So to ratify or approve emergency, whether it is president's rule or financial or national, it is always the power of both the houses. That's it. We are done with the emergency provisions. Now, the last topic of discussion under the public administration side of events is federalism and center state relations. Once we are done with this topic, then we'll discuss the rights and DPSPs and all those aspects. Kavana, answer writing. In the very first week on Friday, we had discussed answer writing. Look for module number 5, lecture 5. The last 45 minutes was answer writing only. If you have joined late and if you have been attending the classes, then a serious concern. Let's go for a break. Enjoy a long break. Come back at 8 and then we'll continue our discussion further with respect to the topic federalism. Okay, break please guys, be back at 8. Uh, Means based approach. So, Kuraku, we have a very short term memory, right? Why we discussed panchayats, municipalities, judicial activism, all the topics we discussed were means based only. The conclusions I gave, the points I mentioned were all means based. But if a question from these areas, even if it isn't mains examination, is primarily a rote learning based topic, how do we discuss a mains based approach here? These topics are low priority topics in UPSC, but have to be taught nevertheless because questions have been asked from these topics also, right? So we have to treat each topic independently. And also, when you are assessing something, assess with the wholesome approach, right? Don't be short sighted. Habeas corpus, Reshma will discuss later on. Anjali, those things were finally cancelled by Supreme Court in the Minerva Mills case, right? So, problem solved. Himanshu, can you clarify on the statement? I don't think I understand what that means, but after the president's rule is over officially on its own, not really, because you are dissolving the assembly also, right? So, same government, not really, but different government will come to power. Oh, okay, okay. Now I get it. Maruti, no extra class tomorrow. Enjoy your Saturday morning. Why do you want to be harassed early Saturday morning? Party late till night today. Have fun. Don't study. Enjoy your life. Gauri, will we discuss important landmark judgments? We have been discussing a lot of things, which are landmark judgments. Once the time comes, we'll discuss that also. Like we've been discussing so many judgments, we'll be discussing in future also, in the topic of rights, basic structure, all those things, as when the time comes. Yes, wage 3, of course. We'll do it in the last class. Landmark judgment means a very important judgment which has changed the course of our thinking in the country. That's a landmark judgment. Anybody can call any judgment as landmark judgment. It's okay. Some judgments are very big, very important, like the Keshwan Bharti, right? ADM Jabalpur. So these are sufficient things to know. And Supreme Court, so not Supreme Court, UPSC never asks these questions, explain this judgment. They just want to know the conclusion of the judgment, right? So if revoke also there, then it will be wrong because only in national emergency. Then it is correct. If revoke is there, it will be correct because for emergencies, to revoke emergency, both the Lok Sabha and the Raj Sabha, the Lok Sabha will have special power in some kind of emergency, not in all the emergencies where Raj Sabha is also no power, but in some emergency it will have special power. Okay, now coming to federalism. What is federalism? Federalism is a reference to a system of government where you have division of power between the central government and the regional government, between the national government and the provincial government, between the union government and the state government, whatever name you may call, right? The point is this being a reference to division of power, that is the spatial distribution. Remember the very first class, spatial distribution. Okay. Now, coming to Indian federalism. So, what is Indian federalism? How is this unique? Why do we have to study it separately? Because Indian federalism is not the federalism that you see in the classic sense. A proper equal division of power with equal powers for center and the states. And that is not the case. India, yes, can be called a federal country because we have center and states, But is there equality? Not really. That is why Casey Viere calls Indian federalism or India as a quasi federal country. Like quasi judicial, quasi federal. Quasi federal meaning partially federal. Yes, we have the creation of the provincial governments, the state governments, with separation of the functions, the division of power. But there is a lot of biasness in the favor of the center, which also makes one Sir Ivor Jennings call the Indian federalism as a federation with a strong centralizing tendency. Federation with a strong centralizing tendency. Sir Ivor Jennings. But you know what? All these definitions, like calling Indian federalism is partially federal, not completely federal, or calling it a strong center, they always try to invoke the same idea of federalism that the West understands. But why do we need to compare this to some country? We can simply say that Indian federalism is a unique federalism. Federation sui generis. Sui generis means of its own kind, unique in itself. Why do we need to draw the comparison? Right? So, India has always followed a unique system of federalism on its own path, in its own way. We are different from unitary countries and federal countries. Unitary countries like, say, Britain and France, they don't have states. You have the country and then the cities, no states. Or the federal countries like, say, USA, Australia, we have the country, you have the states. So, okay, this is with respect to federation sui generis, of its own kind. This phrase was used by C.H. Alexandrovich. C.H. Alexandro, no H there. C.H. Alexandrovich was the head of the legal studies department in the University of Madras, and he referred to this federation as a federation sui generis. So, one more point is that when you are calling India a strong center, of course, it's understandable that there'll be some features which favor the union center, unitary features. But we are also calling India federal. Everybody is calling India federal, at least partially. This means there are some features which are federal features. What are these features? Which ensure that yes, India does follow the division of power concept between the central and the regional government. So, firstly, I think now you know all these things. It is just revision, nothing else. Dual polity. Now, what is polity? Firstly, tell me. We have been studying polity every day. In the first class, I told you what is polity. Let's see if anyone has any idea what is polity. Polity refers to form of government. In the very first class, I had mentioned this form of government. Polity. So we have a dual polity, meaning dual government. Yes or no? Dual. We have a central government, the union government. We also have a state government. Then division of power. Don't we have a division of power? Lists. Schedule 7. The lists. What are these two lists? Three lists: union, state, and concurrent. Then what else? We have a written constitution. If something is written, it is fixed, right? It's fixed. Fixed in the sense that now the center and states, or the center here, cannot manipulate the rules, regulations, laws in its own favor randomly, because things are codified, fixed somewhere. So written constitution is a very important federal feature of any country. Then supremacy is of the constitution. What is supreme, center or state? Constitution is supreme. Why? Because both center and states are bound, limited by the same constitution. Then independent judiciary. Judiciary which is independent is a federal feature because judiciary settles federal disputes. Hence, independent judiciary is a federal feature. Then we have bicameral legislation. What is bicameral legislation? Tell me, bicameral. Two houses. We have Lok Sabha, but more importantly, Rajya Sabha. And Rajya Sabha is the representation of states in the parliament. Hence, bicameral legislature is a federal feature. And lastly, I'll help you understand this through a diagram. Look at this. This is the entire constitution, all the articles of the entire constitution. Now, if you look at the entire constitution from articles 1 to 395, a large chunk of this entire constitution can be modified by a simple majority. Yes or no? Most provisions, all they require is a simple majority. Parliament by law. In so many places, we have seen parliament by law mentioned in the constitution. A lot of these schedules, schedule 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, so many schedules, so many articles, they can simply be modified by a simple majority. But there are a few provisions, few of them, which require the use of Article 368, which means a special majority. And even in those few provisions, there are some which are what you would say the federal structure, the federal features, they require ratification by states, at least half of the states. So these features are very rigid features. Rigidity of the federal provisions. So this is what showcases the rigidity of the federal provisions, that you need the state's approval also to ensure that those features which take away state's power, abrogate the state's power, require state's permission to be modified. Clear, everyone? Independent judiciary is an important federal feature because independent judiciary disputes, settles federal disputes, center state relations, right? Like Article 131, which settles the dispute between center and states. But then people have been saying that India has a strong centers, unitary features are there, quasi federal. So, of course, we must be having some kind of unitary features, definitely. What are these unitary features? So, number one, the division of power. Look at the division of power. It is these unitary features which refer to the centralizing tendency. When you say that we have a centralizing tendency, this is what we are referring to. And it is these unitary features which result in confrontation. Confrontation between center and the states. C stands for center there. Logic can be applied. Okay. So now, what are these confrontational features? Features where center is strong, division of power. Division of power is not equal. Yes or no? Look at the subjects only. In the union list, you have 98 subjects. In the state list, how many subjects are there? Just 59. Look at the overwhelming power given to the center with respect to number of topics also. Then residuary powers. What are these residuary powers? Any idea? We discussed this in the first class, so I'm not sure if you would remember it. Powers which are not mentioned in any list. Article 248 says that if there is any topic which is not mentioned in any of the lists, that's called residuary power. And this belongs to the center. Right? Then the fiscal powers. Even the fiscal powers, the division is not equal. I mean, the center controls income tax, corporation tax. I mean, most of the lucrative taxes are controlled by the center only. States can tax agriculture. Will they ever tax agriculture? States can tax excise on alcohol. So, drink more alcohol to contribute more to your state's economy. So, if you love your state truly and want it to rise, drink, drink, and keep on drinking till you die. State will succeed. More money. Don't do all this, please. Okay? Then, central control over states. Don't we have central control over states? Central control over states in the sense that uh, we have, of course, the state list. Under state list, the topics in state list are not exclusive for the state. You have various provisions. Article 249 or Article 250, where the center can make laws on state list subjects. Vice versa, is it possible? It is not possible. Then, appointment of governor. This appointment is done by center only. The president, meaning the central government, the prime minister. States have no control. Even the fiscal powers, the finance commission makes recommendation, and finance commission is a central body. and the center decides how much money should be given to the states. Center decides. Then we have a single constitution, and that constitution can only be amended by center on by center. Amendments by center only. Clear on this, everybody? So look at the control that we have given to the center. Then constitution is more flexible than rigid. More flexible. These are all examples of flexible provisions because they can be modified with a simple majority. Then, single citizenship. We have only one citizenship, we have one domicile, and you are not a citizen of Kerala or a citizen of Madhya Pradesh or Maharashtra. You are a citizen of India only. Then, we have common machinery. Common machinery to conduct elections, that is called the Election Commission of India, and a common machinery for audit, that is a CAG. But this common machinery is chosen by center only. So, despite having these bodies which perform functions for both center and states, their appointment removal is all on the in the hands of the center. Then parliament does not represent the states equally also. Yes or no? The number of MPs, it varies from one state to another. That is in the Rajya Sabha. This is a classic example of a federal feature that the number of MPs from all the states are same, ensuring equality of the states, equal powers for all the states. Look at USA. You go to USA, you'll find that, say, in a state like California, there are 53 people, members, congressional members in the lower house, but only two in the Senate. You look at Texas, 36 congressional members in the lower house, two in the upper house. Look at some other state like say Alaska, one member in the lower house, but two in the upper house. In all the states, irrespective of their members in the lower house, that is the House of Representatives, they have a common membership in the Senate, that is the upper house, two. Then, unified judiciary. Judiciary is integrated in our country. So, we call this an integrated judiciary. Achha, why is it integrated? Integrated in the sense that this judiciary is where the cases are appealed from the lower court to high court and supreme court. Appeal, the subordinate courts to the high courts to the supreme court. And look at this, the high court and the supreme court, the total strength, their removal is all at the hands of the center only. States have no control. Then emergency provisions. I mean, what more can we say about the unitary aspect? Emergency provisions showcase how unitary our countries, especially in times of emergencies. It is completely centralized. Then all India services. All India services is a very unique kind of provision wherein it can be a tool of confrontation and a tool of cooperation also. I'll tell you how. See, states do not appreciate all India services. We have currently three all India services. One is the IAS, then the IPS, then the Indian Forest, not foreign. Foreign is a central service, forest service. States have never appreciated all India services. Why? The states say that this is a clever ploy tool by the center to infringe in the state's functioning. So, and that was the logic also of having an all India service, a service to which the appointment, the recruitment, and the training will be performed or given by the center, but the officers are under the obligation to serve the needs of both center and states. The officers placed all across the country in various sensitive positions like a DGP, secretary, SP, DIG, most sensitive positions, keeping the center informed of the ground realities and also ensuring that there is national unity in the country. That is the idea of all India services. More on this when you study your governance lectures. So this is all India services, where the officers, even though they are serving the needs of the state, they owe their allegiance to the center, not to the states. States don't like it. They say this is a tool of confrontation, unitary feature. Now, next is destructible states. Can you please tell me the article for this? Any idea? Which article? Okay, Article 3. Parliament by law can modify what? Or alter the boundaries of the states, increasing, diminishing, etc. And lastly, we have weak Rajya Sabha. Now, what is Rajya Sabha? Rajya Sabha is the representation of states at the central level, but Rajya Sabha is the weaker house. So, even though it is a representation of states at the central level, it is the weaker house. So, things like no control over money bills, numerical strength, right, etc. So the house which represents the interest of states is a weaker of the two houses. All this ensures that we have unitary features in the country. Now, apart from this, there is also cooperation. Granville Austin says, why are you fighting center states? Come on. The constitution is cooperative in nature. It ensures cooperation between the center and the states. For example, concurrent list, classic example of cooperation, right? All India services. Now you will say that, so right now you said all India services are a tool for confrontation. Now you're saying it's a tool for cooperation. What the hell is this nonsense? All India services can be used as a tool of confrontation and cooperation. We have seen confrontation. How cooperation? Okay. So, Vivek, who was Granville Austin? A human being. I think you asked earlier also, I saw who was Ivor Jennings. Who? What is this logic? Granville Austin was a constitutional expert, right? So, you can Google search and download information about his life, when he was born, where he was born, etc. He was a constitutional expert. That should be sufficient information. Rest research you can do on your own. Falak, concurrent list means what? I don't have the heart to tell you what is the meaning of concurrent list. Seriously. After 19 classes, you ask me what is concurrent list. In class 24, you'll ask me, what is this president you are calling again and again? President, president. Who is president? Schedule 7, three lists. So, anyway, the All India Services, tool of cooperation. Look at the current situation between West Bengal government and the central government. The politicians. I mean, these people will kill each other if they left alone. That's how much they hate each other. But please understand that when it comes to such governments, which are such adversaries, still you will find that the state government's programs and projects are approved at the central level. Yes or no? How is all this happening? How is all this happening? All this is happening because the IS officer sitting in the West Bengal ministry department, he sends a file for approval to center, calls his batchmate, calls her batchmate, says, come on, I've sent a file, please approve it, get the approval of the minister. And your friend sitting at the central level gets the approval, done, task approved, file approved, and sent it back to you. This day to day administration would have become impossible without the All India services. Think of something as simple as the police. So, police is a stateless subject. You are an SP in, say, Kerala. Somebody has committed a crime and has escaped to Tamil Nadu. Your officers want to go to Tamil Nadu, but you know very well state police controls it. So, your officers will come to you saying, sir, why don't you call your batchmate in Tamil Nadu? He or she is posted there only. They can help us out. No problem. You call your batchmate in Tamil Nadu, ask him or her, help him out. I'm sending my officers, please help him out. And your batchmate helps them out, calls their juniors, says, come on, assist them. That's it. Day to day administration will become impossible. So, they are extremely important for day to day administration. Without them, it will be impossible. Okay. So, this is with respect to All India services. Now, Palak, I am not asking. Arey, Palak, it was Falak. F, Falak, not Palak. People are getting confused. Okay. Sir, all Supreme Court cases are important to learn. Not really. Few of them, which I have mentioned in the end of every module. Now, Gauri, center's decision prevails. Yes, of course. Center's decision prevails, but states have been given the opportunity to make laws on certain topics, right? And even in concurrent list, there is a possibility. There is a possibility of the state making a law in contravention to a central law, and that central law continuing to exist if the president allows. Article 254. That's there. Now, DPSPs. Now, you don't know what DPSPs are, but so just have a belief in me. DPSPs basically talk about how the policies of the central and state government should conform to the guidelines mentioned in the constitution of welfare, of economic equality, etc. So DPSPs are instructions for both the central and state governments to have their policies aligned in a common direction. So DPSPs. Then immunity of instrumentality, very unique term. Most of you would not know this. Instrument of the state. State meaning the country. Both the central governments as well as the state governments are they part of the state or not? They are the instruments of the state, right? They are given immunity. What kind of immunity is given? So central government buildings are not taxed by state government. Not taxed by states. Similarly, state government buildings are not taxed by center. For example, in your state, let's say there's a building called income tax building. Is it there? If you are living in a big city, I'm sure you must have seen income tax building, some income tax Choraha, income tax Golambar. So there we have an income tax building actually. That is why it is called the income tax circle, income tax Choraha, etc. Okay. So in that income tax building are some people working, officers, etc. Those income tax officers are central government employees, not state government employees. Now, this income tax building, which is there, it also needs to use the roads, needs sanitation, hygiene, electric supply, clean water, drainage system has to be clear. Who is providing all these services? The state government, the municipality. Can the municipality impose a tax on this building? They can't. They cannot impose any tax on these buildings. That is called the immunity of instrumentality. These are two articles mentioned in the Constitution 285, and this is Article 289. Clear on this? Then there is no division of the public services. uh, no division of public services. See, despite the fact that we have the all India services, for example, an IAS officer. When the IAS officer is sent to your state, is his task only to implement central laws, central schemes, central programs? Of course not. Their task is to implement both central and state schemes and programs. They perform tasks for both the center and states. There is no separation or division in public service. So if you're an SP, you'll only take up the important cases where center is involved, and the junior ones, SHO, inspector, they take up regular cases. No, nothing like this. And lastly, uh, cooperation. Duty of center to protect the states. Article 355. The center protects the states. It's the duty of the center to protect the state. We saw this today only. Then asymmetric federalism. So in our country, federalism is asymmetric in nature. What is asymmetry? There is no equality. The treatment given to the states is different, differential treatment. Like in a group of friends, say 5 friends, you may share a very close bond with one or two of them, not all of them, right? Within a group, there are some subgroups. Similarly, think of it like this, that we have the center and the states are not at the same distance from the center. Some states have not the geographical distance in terms of autonomy and power. Some states have lot of autonomy, some states have no autonomy. So it varies. Autonomy. Look at this very simple example of representation in Rajya Sabha. It is unequal, yes or no? If you want to let take the case of the state, say Goa, one MP in the Rajya Sabha. Punjab, seven MPs in the Rajya Sabha. I mean, you add Punjab, Kerala, Andhra Pradesh, Goa, two, three more northeastern states. Collectively, they have the same number of MPs in Rajya Sabha that UP has, 31. Where is the equality? Some states have more MPs in Rajya Sabha, which means more power, more bargaining power for those states. That's it. Number two, then we have some special category states. Now, special category states, in your book Lakshmikant, there is a chapter 37, which is special category states. We have seen some examples of these under the topic governor, Article 371 to 371J. 371 to 371J. These states are basically the seven sister states except Meghalaya and Tripura. Then Maharashtra, Gujarat, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, Sikkim, Goa, and Karnataka. So there are some special provisions for these states. This topic is not important, but if any such article from 371 to 371J ever comes in news, right, in your monthly magazine Current Affairs, my request is to please read that. It is very important. Are we clear on this? So then selectively go to your book, or better, even go to the constitution and read that article's provisions. Otherwise, not a single question has ever been asked from this topic. For example, in 2013, a question was asked on Article 371 capital A, that is for Nagaland. Why? Because in 2012, there was a problem with respect to some mining license being given by central government in Nagaland. So, a dispute between Nagaland and central government. So, this article was in news a lot in 2012. Hence, a question asked in 2013, right? So, whenever this article is separately quoted, not the state in news. So, don't say, sir, Manipur in news. Mug up, let's mug up the article. Go and mug up and waste time. If the article is selectively quoted, having some special provisions which cause a conflict between the central government and the state government, only then please read the article. Otherwise, ignore it. Okay. Now, next is a schedule 5 and 6 area. I mean, look at the scheduled areas. Look at, if you belong to a state like, say, Bihar, Haryana, or such states, UP, you will feel that schedule 6 areas where they have ADC, autonomous district councils, so much of autonomy being given. Even for schedule 5 areas, they have their own tribal advisory councils, right? So much of autonomy independence, which is not there for other parts. Then there is uneven fiscal devolution amongst the states. Uneven monetary devolution. When money is being sent to the states, money is sent to states based on various factors, based on population, geography, forest cover, the effort they have taken to collect taxes, right? The state GDP, that is GSDP, all these things. So money is not sent equally to all the states. Some states get more fund, other states get less fund. Simple. So that's there. And then lastly, there are some areas which have no power at all, no autonomy. The UTs. What are UTs? Union territories. Areas directly controlled by center. No independence at all. Right? Yes, some UTs may have the advantage of having an assembly, but there also center can effectively control the UT. So asymmetric federalism. Lastly, the topic being discussed in news in vogue a lot, which is competition. So Niti Aayog has been created to ensure that there is healthy competition across the country amongst the states based on their performance. This is a think tank which provides a sense of constructive competition, a healthy competitive environment in the country, right? Then states are given full freedom to plan their expenditure based on their priorities. So some states can spend their money on giving subsidies. Some states can spend their money on building infrastructure, grand infrastructure, where the roads can fall down, collapse immediately, right? So you know which state you belong to, whether your state governments in general have believed in giving subsidies or have believed in setting up infrastructure, or a good thing would be finding the balance. Balance is also important because a lot of people would require subsidies, but not freebies completely, and infrastructure development is a must. Okay. Then lastly, various rankings that are released. So for example, you have the very popular rankings called Good Governance Index or the NESDA, which is also called the E-Governance Index. NESDA stands for National E-Governance Service Delivery Assessment. So this is NESDA. The full form can be Google search for later on. I am telling you the full form. The National E-Governance Service Delivery Assessment. These rankings are prepared by DARPG. Again, I will explain the full form. You can search for it online. Department of Administrative Reforms and Public Grievances. It's a department under the Ministry of Personnel. Then other rankings like the Swachh Bharat Abhiyan rankings or the ease of doing business ranking. Various. Vivek has only one question. What is TAC? What is ADC? What is NESDA? What are you doing, Vivek? Are you even paying attention or you put the video on mute? And how dare you ask ADC and TAC? It is taught yesterday only. What are you guys doing? Some of you, I mean, seriously, taking the entire course of discussion to some other planet only. TAC stands for Tribal Advisory Council, Schedule 5 areas. ADC for the Autonomous District Council. I am telling the full form. NESDA. I told it twice. Telling you to Google search for it in case you want to know the full form. Or the alternative, E-Governance Index. Anyway, for others who are still awake and are still studying, focus. Swachh Bharat Abhiyan ranking, ease of doing business ranking, then aspirational districts rankings. Nowadays, we have the new concept, achievement in the sustainable development goals. Even the Panchayat awards, if we remember, the Panchayat awards are also given along the lines of the achievement of SDGs only, right? So, what is all this? It creates a healthy competition. Just like when we start at a class with 5 questions, some of you are crazy. I want to see my name in the leaderboard, right? Some of you are depressed sometimes that my name is not there. It is just a healthy sense of competition to motivate you to perform and study. Same thing. The Niti Aayog wants the states to perform. So these competitions, data is collected, and then the rankings. For example, Good Governance Index. There are 10 different sectors, 58 different indicators information is collected on all those indicators to give ranking to all the states. Same goes for the e-governance. 1400 different types of services are being evaluated and then ranking is being given. So you'll be covering all this in your governance classes. Okay, that's it. So this is competitive federalism. Now my advice to you is mug up all these points. Yes, exactly. You have heard me right. Mug up all these points. So when you say federal, you should know 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. If you say unitary features, you should know that unitary features have 5 here and 7 here. 12 features. Mug up sincerely, because if you mug up all these elements, you will not skip a single question in your main examination on center state relations. Are we clear? There should not be a single loophole here, because you have to mug up every such statement, meaning examples of competitive, examples of asymmetric, cases of cooperative, cases of unitary, cases of federal. Clear? Okay. Now coming to a question which came from this topic 2021, easy question. Nevertheless, please mark the answer. I think this would be the last question for today. Okay, a lot of you mark this correct. The independence of judiciary being safeguarded. If that is safeguarded, because the independent judiciary also settles federal disputes, safeguarding this would safeguard the federalism of the country also. But some of you marked second one as the answer. The union legislature has elected representatives from constituent units. That's the case for even unitary countries. Say UK. Take this example. This is a country called UK or France. Now, in this country, you have the Lok Sabha, which is called the House of Representatives or House of Commons in UK, right? The National Assembly in the France. Now, in this House of Commons, that is their Lok Sabha, don't you have members? How are members being elected? The entire country is divided into small parts, small constituent units, and from each unit somebody is selected who goes and becomes a part of the House of Commons. Yes or no? That is why B is wrong. In India only, look at Lok Sabha. What is Lok Sabha? Lok Sabha has elected members from constituent units, which we refer to as constituencies. So it is not a federal feature or a unitary feature. It can exist in any country, whether federal or unitary. The same thing is in India also. So A is the answer. C and D make no sense. They are both incorrect. Okay. Now coming to center-state relations. Armed with the information we have collected so far, it is going to be very, very easy. Part 11 of the Indian Constitution talks about center-state relations. Part 11. Quickly, what is part 1? What is part 1? Union and its territories. Okay. Not UT. Union and its territories. What is part 2? Salary? Arey, not scheduled to part 2. Part 2 is citizenship. What is part 5? Part 5 is union, not union executive. I'm saying this again and again. It's union. Part 5 contains union executive, union legislature, Supreme Court, CAG, ordinance, all under part 5, union. What is part 6? States, governor, legislature, high courts, etc. What is part 8? What is part 8? Tell me. Part 8 is UTs. Okay? Union territories. What is part 9? Part 9 is panchayats. What is part 9A? Municipalities is part 9A. Then what is part 14A? Right, part 14A now. Okay, fair enough. Tribunals. Great. And now we have part 11 also. Center state relations. Now coming to the center state relations along three lines, that is legislative, uh, administrative, that is executive, and financial. First up, legislative. Now, before I begin our discussion, just to remind you, see, don't ever feel that the states are some delegate of the center, because the states and the center, they both derive their power from the same source, the constitution. That's it. Anyway, uh, whenever states make any laws, those laws are applicable within the boundary of the state only. But the center has the power to make laws which are applicable even outside the boundary territory of India. So, extraterritorial legislation, meaning laws applicable outside the boundary, outside the boundary. Extraterritorial legislation is available only to the center. Number one. We know Article 246. No need to explain at all. 246. Schedule 7. Extraterritorial refers to a classic example would be any kind of foreign policy, right? Topics, let's say citizenship. Wherever you go, you're always bound by the citizenship laws of India. Even if you're an NRI, you have to perform certain functions, certain obligations, right? So, all those are central laws. Central laws are applicable even outside the boundary of India. Okay. Now, Article 246, Schedule 7, three lists: union, state, and concurrent. We know who can make laws on which kind of things. Then, residuary powers. Article 248, they belong to center. Shivani, outside the country's boundary for center, within the state boundary for states. Then, Article 249. I think we know this article also. Yes or no? We have studied this article under special majorities. So, when Raj Sabha allows the parliament with a special majority of not less than two-thirds present and voting, then the parliament can make laws on stateless subjects. This authorization is valid only for 1 year, right? Can be extended any number of times, and any law made during this period will continue for the authorization period and ceases to operate 6 months after the end of authorization. All this has been covered under 249. Then Article 250. Parliament to make laws on state list during national emergency. We saw this today only. Now, there are some other examples of how the center can make laws on stateless subjects. Two we have seen, 249 and 250. What if states only tell the center? Some states will come and say, center, please make laws for us. We can't make laws. Difficult. You make laws for us. Then the center can make laws. A classic example of this would be a topic like public health. Public health is under the state list. Entry number 6. So, public health also covers hospitals, right? Now, states like Sikkim, Arunachal, Mizoram, and Himachal. Sikkim, Arunachal, Mizoram, Himachal. All these states have either asked the center or have adopted the law where the center has made a law for these states, and the law is what? The law was clinical establishments. Clinical establishments, their registration and regulation. Regulation Act of 2010. Okay, so this is a classic example of a law made by center on a stateless subject when the states have asked the center to make a law. Okay. Lastly, if India is signing some international treaty, agreement, etc., and then has to make a law for that treaty or agreement, then the center can make law on stateless subjects. A very good example would be on corruption. So this case is that India was a signatory of a convention, the UN Convention against corruption. UN Convention against corruption. Now, India became a signatory, India became a party, signed it, said, yes, we'll implement it. And one such point of implementation here was that all the member nations will have to create an ombudsman. Create ombudsman. So we did create a law called Lokpal and Lokayukt Act of 2013. Lokpal is for central government officials and the prime minister and the central ministers and MPs. But Lokayukt is a law which keeps a check on the corruption activities of state government employees, of the chief minister, MLAs. So this is a law made by center, but yet allowed because the country also wanted to give effect to what? A central or international treaty or agreement. Ombudsman. Ombudsman, think of it as the watchdog to the government. So if you have any corrupt official, that's what is ombudsman. Clear? Taking care of people, protecting the people against corrupt officials. Ombudsman. Did you understand this word? It's an English word. You can Google search for the meaning, but still. Okay. Now let's go back to the unitary features and also add two more articles here. Along with 249 and 250, we also have Article 252 and Article 253. All these areas where the center can make laws on stateless subjects. Now, Sarkaria Commission recommendation. Sarkaria Commission recommendation. So, Sarkaria Commission had asked the states when the center told that Sarkaria Commission was formed in 1983 till 1988. It gave its recommendations on center state relations, chaired by former Supreme Court Judge Justice Ranjit Singh Sarkaria, who was a judge from 1973 to 81. Justice Sarkaria also later on became the Press Council of India chairperson in 1989. So, when it comes to the Sarkaria Commission, 247 recommendations. Other members of the commission included Sivaraman, S.R. Sen, Rama Subramaniam, all these people. Now, Sarkaria Commission asked the states, before giving its own opinion or recommendation, it asked the states that tell us what are your problems? What kind of recommendations do you want from us? That's where they made a mistake. They asked the states, states were already sitting angry, frowning, like some uncle in a marriage ceremony who's not being shown respect. Have you seen those uncles? Always angry at something. Somebody by chance has not asked them 10 times to eat food and they become angry and upset. So states are very angry. Uh, some of the states like West Bengal, Kerala, Tamil Nadu, Punjab, they said remove all the lists. What is this list and all? There should be only one list, state list, and only four topics for center: defense, communication, external affairs, and currency. Rest all the topics give to us. Uh, then some states said remove concurrent list, transfer all the topics from concurrence to the state list, and have only two lists: union and state. Sarkaria Commission said we made a big mistake asking you guys, and you are giving all this kind of nonsense. So anyway, that could not be done. Removing all the lists and all and having only state lists, India has a very strong center. The constitution provides for a strong center. But Sarkaria Commission gave two important recommendations. One, it said, see, when it comes to any residuary power, powers which are not mentioned in any list. Now, maybe in 1950, powers were not mentioned in any list, justified. But now it's 1985. We have found those unique topics which were not mentioned in any list. If those topics relate to taxation, with respect to taxation, then they can be with the center. All other topics, now the center can place them in the concurrent list. For example, a topic like artificial intelligence. Now, artificial intelligence was not something which was a part of the original constitution. Yes or no? Cryptocurrency. So these topics which were not or which were unheard of in the 1950s, if these topics have come up now, then it would be better. If there's a taxation kind of topic, then center should keep on making laws for that. But on other topics, why don't we put them in the concurrent list? Let the states also make laws. Number two, Sarkaria Commission said that see, we cannot abolish concurrent list. Sorry, what we can do is that the center should not interfere too much in the concurrent list. Let the states make laws on concurrent list only if some nationwide uniformity is required in certain areas. Then the center can make laws. For example, a common examination. Now, in the concurrent list, you also have IPC. For example, IPC, Indian Penal Code, which provides for punishments. Now, we cannot have a law where if you commit a robbery in Kerala, you are given 10 days of jail. If you commit a robbery in UP, your arms are chopped off. We can't have this diverse punishment. Punishments have to be common, right? So, under IPC, CRPC, etc., there the center can make laws to ensure uniformity. Here we require nationwide uniformity, justified. In other areas, it would not be required. So let the states only make the laws. And lastly, this is Article 200. Needless reservation of state bills should be avoided. So whenever there is a concept of referential veto, I hope you remember that the center, the governor reserves the bill for center, the president, and when the president sends the bill to the state assemblies and the assemblies pass the bill again, the president is not bound to give assent. He can use pocket veto. But it was observed that even when the governor reserved the bill for the president, in the first instance only, initially only, the president has given no response. Whether they are asking, the center wants the state to make some change in the bill or not, no response. It is pending. There have been cases where bills are pending for 15, 20 years. See, understand this point here. Every elected government has a right to know what is wrong with their bill. If you send me a bill, I'll tell you point A, provision B, section C, 3, they are wrong. Change it. If you don't change it, pass it again, I won't sign it. But in the first instance, please send this bill to the states, send it back, let them know where they have gone wrong. That is a big problem that the center did. So Sarkari Commission said that see, if a bill like this comes, such bills should be disposed of in 4 months. Meaning, send back to the state legislature with recommendations disposed of. Okay, this was the Sarkaria Commission recommendation. Now, Panchi Commission recommendation. Panchi Commission was a commission formed in the year 2007. Okay, Panchi Commission was chaired by Madan Mohan Panchi. Justice Madan Mohan Panchi was a former Chief Justice of India, and he gave 300. This commission gave 312 recommendations. One such recommendation was that we should have equal representation of all the states in Rajya Sabha. Why? Their logic was to protect smaller states. Because he said that the smaller states have no say in the Rajya Sabha. So, like USA, every state should have equal representation. That's not possible here. This recommendation has already been rejected. Center says no. The difference in the size, the population, etc. of our states is so stark, so wide that we cannot have common representation. Sorry. Second, restore domicile qualification for Rajya Sabha. I hope you remember that when it comes to Rajya Sabha, anyone can contest or become MP of Rajya Sabha subject to a qualification that your name should be in the voter list of any parliamentary constituency. Right? Now, before 2003, you should have been a voter in the same state. If let's say today, for example, Nirmala Sitaraman, the finance minister, she is from Tamil Nadu and represents Karnataka in the Rajya Sabha. Before 2003, if she wanted to represent Karnataka in the Rajya Sabha, her name must have been there in the parliamentary constituency, that is Lok Sabha voter list in Karnataka only. Otherwise, if it is not there, then you can represent only Tamil Nadu in the Rajya Sabha. In 2003, it was removed. Now you are free. Whether your name is in Tamil Nadu or Assam or Gujarat, you can be an MP from Bihar or Haryana or Chhattisgarh. We don't care. Sarkari Commission, Panchi Commission said, bring back that original provision. This is also rejected. Sorry, we can't have this. Sarkari Panchi Commission said that, see, if you don't belong to a state, how will you represent the interest of state in the Rajya Sabha? To effectively represent the state's interest in Rajya Sabha. Then, what Sarkaria Commission said was 4 months, Panchi Commission said 6 months. Here, Sarkaria had said 4 months. Panchi Commission said 6 months. Governor should be given 6 months of time. And the same logic here also, for concurrent list subjects, the advice was given that, see, whenever you're making a law on a concurrent list subject, please, there should be a common consensus, a broad agreement should be there between center and states. So center should not completely hijack the concurrent list. Let the states make laws. This has been a consistent pattern of suggestion. Then let the states make laws. Don't force. Let the states make laws on the concurrent list subject. Only if you feel the need for nationwide uniformity and a common law on certain topics, then only interfere. Otherwise, don't interfere. That is all as far as the legislative relations are concerned. Next is the administrative relations. So, what is this administrative relation? Uh, this is very basic and generic, not at all complicated. The idea is that the center can give instructions to the states. For example, Article 256. Now, this article says that the executive power of state to implement laws should never violate laws passed by parliament. Please limit your executive power to your state made laws only. Number one. Number two, and very interesting. So, I am sure you are aware that Indian Railways comes under central government. Yes or no? Everybody aware, right? Indian Railways is not a state government topic, central government topic. But railways are spread all across the country. Look at the defense areas, the cantonment areas. They are all under Ministry of Defense, but they are located across the country. Now, center can give binding direction to states to construct and maintain means of communication of national and military operation. Also, center can give binding direction. Center can issue binding direction to states to protect the railways. Now you may say, but sir, if you are giving binding direction to construct things, maintain things, money is required. Will the center give money? Yes, don't worry. For this, an amount is provided to the states. Now, what if the amount is insufficient? Let's say the center says, come on, Tamil Nadu, manage the railways in your state. Take a 5 star, go enjoy. Take 50 rupees, enjoy. Of course, the amount has to be substantial in proportion. An amount is provided. Now, if states disagree, disagree on the amount, that the amount is too less, then they can appeal in which court? Appeal in Supreme Court. Now, Supreme Court will appoint a person called arbitrator. This arbitrator will decide and fix the final amount. And this amount is final, will not be challenged in any court. Clear on this? This is how the money is being sent to the states for performing some functions wherein the binding orders can be issued by the central government to the states. Article 257. This is clause 2, this is clause 3. Clause is not important. Let's do one thing. Let's end our discussion here only. There are some other binding orders that can be given by the central states. We'll start our discussion tomorrow from this very point of binding orders given by the center to the states. That is all for me, guys. Jai Hind. Let's meet on Monday. The last week of our classes will be commencing on Monday. Tomorrow, no extra class. Again, as I said, full enjoyment of your leisure period. Go live your life, waste your life. I mean, study properly, don't waste life. Okay. Toppers, Funny and Janvi, toppers for the day. Then we have Pragya, VK Sudarvidi, Shamil, Sat. I think Sat wrote her, Pratyusha is Sat, I believe, wrote her name, and Hilo. Then we have other people. You can see your names there. I'm sure there'll be more who have obtained 5 correct. Okay. S Shiva. Monday is the last. No. That next week is the last week. Friday is the last class. Next Friday. Uh, Previous slide. This is a previous slide. Okay. One more thing. Please again, monthly magazine Yojana Kurukshetra. I believe for the month of April, we have to venture into April now. So please, Yojana Kurukshetra of April. Then the PPT revision. Then political theory, and of course the editorials. Don't skip on these things. Study properly. Corey, no, I don't know most people. See, frankly, lot of people who, let's say I see the names of toppers also. Most names they will never ask any questions. So I'm not really sure of that. PDF of magazine useful. Yes, it is useful. Yes, Pooja. Deepesh, we can go for the analysis if you have time. There is nothing called bargaining. That's again just a created term. The idea being that it's more of a compromise, a competition, right? So center creates a healthy sense of competition by creating incentives, etc., for the states. The better you perform, more money can be devolved, more grants can be given. That's what it is. Yes, Vikas, it will be done. Megha, that can be done. But what if a new topic comes up? You have to immediately add that topic in the union list. It will waste time. Plus, it would require a constitutional amendment every time, uselessly. So, we have a residuary list. Yes, Rashida, all 10 chapters. Janvi, written constitution is a federal feature because when things are written, they are codified properly, right? This means both the center and the states now have to follow the fixed point mentioned. It cannot be an assumption by the center of their powers over states. What is mentioned must be followed. Palak, this article says that the state governments cannot implement laws or their actions cannot violate any central made law. Simple. Nikhil, as of now, just read just read the PPTs and roughly editorials. Once you are done and you have more of the free time, then you can focus on reading the monthly magazine, etc. As of now, collect as much information as possible. Anil, clear the examination, and then we'll definitely discuss on this. Garvit, how to memorize articles. Revise again and again and again. Are weekly tests mandatory to attempt? David, studying only is not mandatory. You're talking about weekly tests. Nothing is mandatory. It's your life, your rules. Mohini, I don't think that would be very important. If you feel, go through it. If you find something very important, you can make a note of it. What is financial effect? We saw this. Vikas, you're not revising at all or what? Financial effect refers to the financial effects of national emergency. Look at the previous class yesterday, the live recording also. Mohan, these things are decided not by me, by the management. No, Nikhil, not really required, frankly. So if two senior most judges are of that is not possible. You cannot have the same experience in Supreme Court. Somebody must have come to Supreme Court before. Now you will say, sir, both on same day only. Somebody must have taken the oath before. Whoever took the oath before becomes a senior. Simple. Yes, Pooja, along with the PPTs, monthly magazines, Yojana and Kurukshetra, you can very well solve all of them. No, Reshma, not really, not required. That's overdoing current affairs. Not required. I would prefer Tejinder that you read the monthly magazine. Reading the paper on your own will take a lot of time. No, Shweta, not really required. Single citizenship. See, you are trying to correlate two different topics. Promoting nationalism is separate from federalism. Federalism talks about separation of power between center and states. You cannot invoke the concept of nationalism here. They are two different ideas only. Whenever you are promoting a sense of, and why nationalism only for the country, for the state also can be there, but we promote the sense of nationalism across the country in a sense of uniformity. That is why we say that you are a citizen of India only, which is different from those states where those countries where states are also equally powerful, which also provide you with special rights and benefits and privileges just because you are born in a certain state. After all, what does citizenship do? It provides you with certain special rights and privileges. So, those countries where the states are allowed to provide for citizenship laws, there you will get extra benefits if you belong to a certain state. That's the whole concept. Prateek, you can go through the panchayat provisions towards the end. We have a lot of new information now. Same state government, how will it come to power? I mean, the assembly has been dissolved, right? No, Simran, you need not and you cannot. Gayatri, Panchi commissions, how can these commissions? These are commissions created by the government at specific points of time. There is no mention of these commissions in the constitution. Okay, that is all for me, guys. Please revise, study, make full use of your weekend. Don't waste time. And as far as your questions are concerned, your expert will keep on addressing those concerns. No classes tomorrow. I don't know how many times I have to tell you. No classes tomorrow. But let's meet on Monday. Till then, that's all for me, guys. Jai Hind.